You're watching the 2024 Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Yash Technologies.
So we're in Lauderdale, Georgia for a very pivotal match in the Southern Division. Fort Lauderdale Lions winning the toss, electing to bowl, and Passard is being roughed up by who else? Stephen Taylor, fresh from 102 off of 59 deliveries on Friday. Made a duck yesterday and is answering the bell today. 23 off of 13, and it's 35 without loss. Make that 37, 36 without loss. As Prasad and the Lions are going to have to do everything in their arsenal to try to keep Darbar, who scored 40-odd yesterday against the Galaxy, and Stephen Taylor, try to contain these two in the power play. And so far, it's not been panning out. 3.3 overs gone, 36 without loss. And we're going to cover everything that this match has in the Southern Division. Prasad, down the leg side, a little single for Darbar. He goes to 11 off of 9. But some quick housekeeping rules in this Southern Division before we continue. Atlanta Fire losing 3 of their first 5 matches to begin this season, then going on a 3-game win streak, winning their last 3 matches. Now they are just within 1 point of Morrisville Raptors and Baltimore Royals. If they win this match, they will go on top of the Southern Division, with the Raptors and Royals having to play matches next week in Broward Stadium in Fort Lauderdale. Now, as for the Fort Lauderdale Lions, this is the tricky part. They were winless coming into yesterday's match against the Fire as Stephen Taylor sweeps this one for yet another boundary. And that will take us through to the end of the over. Stephen Taylor in full flight. The left-arm orthodox Passard just a little too straight for Taylor. And he puts that leg down and just whips it over square leg for another boundary. We'll get back to this Southern Division after this little break. It is 43 without loss after 4.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We are back in Lauderdale, Georgia, where the Atlanta Fire lost the toss, being asked to go into bat. And they are now 43 for 4 after just 4 overs. 15 runs coming from the last over. Stephen Taylor, 30 off of 16. Darbar, 11 off of 9. Both batters in incredible form. So to put a thorn in the Fire's side, even though the Fire have won 3 in succession, they have now run into a Lions team that were winless. And looking at the lineup, the Fire have made no changes after that victory over Orlando Galaxy yesterday. They did the double over the Galaxy on Friday and Saturday, elected not to change their 11. Seeing a lot of confidence and the players in form after those 2 victories against the Galaxy. As for the Lions, Ryan Passard comes in for the media pacer Tagars. So too is the batter Chuenpo. He is now in for Sharma. 2 changes for the Lions after their victory over Atlanta Lightning yesterday. So Chuenam, who is just brought back into the lineup, will get a chance to bowl his first over. So the Lions putting up their largest total of 181 yesterday against the Lightning, off the shoulders of their captain, Tangerine Chandapal, son of Shivnarine Chandapal. Got their first victory, now have some confidence, and now will try to halt this Fire team in their run to get to the playoffs. And as I say that, Rajiv Darbar just caresses one through the covers for 4. And the Fire, despite going up against a Confidence Lions team, is now officially on the front foot. And Chewingham has been greeted by Darbar in the most unpolite fashion with a square drive. Still very much in the power play, and Atlanta Fire taking full advantage. Chewing up, and Darbar just chops this one into the ground, no run. Chewingham coming in to the lineup for the medium pacer to Garce. So the Lions electing for one more spinner. And he's opened his shoulders, Darbar, give himself some room, and has flashed the blade over point. And it's another boundary. And Chewingham is not given the option to settle. As Rajdeep Darbar, who had 43 off of just 15 deliveries yesterday, 4 4s and 4 6s, continues his onslaught on the bowling in minor league cricket. So the 50 up for Atlanta Fire, and we have not reached the 5th overs yet. Southern Division in the balance. The Royals and the Raptors biting their nails, looking at the Atlanta Fire, who are on a 3-game win streak, attempt to win their 4th and go on top of the Southern Division. They would have played 2 extra games with the Raptors and Royals both being idle this weekend. But that will be points on the board, and Darbar goes again and is high in the air. And another boundary. And it's a 6 off of the bat of Darbar. Chewingham cannot stop the flow of runs. 14 so far in his first 4 deliveries. Too much width, too much room for the right-hander. And he smashed it over cover for another 6. He hit 4 6s yesterday with 4 4s. That means 40 out of his 43 runs yesterday were scored in boundaries. And he's continuing that onslaught today, 25 off of 13. A much better delivery by Chewingham. Gets a valuable dot ball so far. 14 in the over. Last over, 15 was scored. Can the Lions stop this stem of runs? Goes to the leg side this time, and it's another boundary. 4 more to Darbar. He races to 29. 61 now out on the board. Chewingham does not know where to put it to find safety, and Darbar unleashing havoc. Gets down on one knee and sweeps it through mid-wicket. .61 after 5 overs, 12 runs per over. The Fire are literally on fire.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th through 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpen-T20.com.
But the Fort Lauderdale Lions legend himself, Kevin Stout, will come in to try to stem the tide can he quiet Stephen Taylor? 30 off of 16. What we've seen from Taylor when he's in full flow, there isn't any bowler that can quiet him. And Kevin Stout, with only two fielders allowed on the boundary, will have to be as precise as he can. Stout. Taylor goes after him. First delivery, golf shot, over long on. And one bounce saves the maximum. 4 runs off for Taylor. Stout trying to do his best to try and quiet the big Jamaican. Pitching it up. But the left-hander, it has to be outside off stump. Anything middle and leg is going to crash into the boundary. Stout's figures yesterday against the Atlanta Lightning: 3 overs, 2 for 16, 2 for 18 rather. Just giving up 6 runs per over. He is always a factor either with the bat or the ball, the Barbadian. And he's bowling to the Jamaican Taylor. Short delivery, pulled, but it's hurried onto the thigh pad, no run. Yesterday, Atlanta Fire playing the morning game as well. They asked Orlando Galaxy to bat first. And again, that ball comes right up to the thigh pad of Taylor. And I think he's in a little bit of pain because as he opened up, it may have gotten on the inside of the thigh pad. And that fleshy part of the groin/thigh area. And yep, he's taking a knee at the moment. Well, the Fire won the toss yesterday, asked the Galaxy to bat. Galaxy made 111 for 9. And then the Fire responded by knocking it off with 4.4 overs remaining. Stout. Taylor drives on the up. Beats the infield. 4 more. You are at the mercy of this man in the power play. Sometimes good balls, oftentimes good balls are driven to the boundary. Such power, such technique by Taylor. Stout outside off stump. Taylor just putting that front foot down, driving through the line of the ball. And if there aren't players on the boundary, you can forget it. Down the leg side as Stout tries to be too perfect. And this is what often happens to bowlers against Stephen Taylor. So it's a wide plus the batters have crossed. That means 2 wides. 10 runs already. There were 14 in the last over, 15 in the over before. Still 2 balls remaining in the power play. This one short, great delivery, but Darbar made the most of it. It was the perfect line, the perfect length, but it makes no difference to Darbar in this sort of form. 4 more to the total. He goes to 33. Stout in that area of uncertainty. Makes no difference to Darbar. Gets back and cuts. Just maybe a fraction short on the second look. And Rajdeep Darbar, who has made so many runs in the US over the years, 33 off of 16. Last ball of the power play. Cuts again, over point. Is it a maximum? One bounce. Kevin Stout can't stop the flow of runs. And Rajdeep Darbar continues his onslaught, opening the blade of the bat. This one splicing over backward point. And by the looks from here, it may have crossed the rope. We'll find out. So 81 after the power play. 6 overs gone. 81 without loss. Darbar 39, Taylor 38. We'll be right back. We are back in beautiful Lauderdale, Georgia, as the Fort Lauderdale Lions won the toss and elected to bowl first. A little bit of dew on the wicket, expecting for the ball to hold up and the batters to not have the timing as they usually would have. But the Fire have been on fire. They have won 3 in a row, and their 2 openers who have led the way in those 3 matches are leading the way again. It was either Taylor or Darbar. Now it's both of them causing havoc. 81 for without loss after the power play. And now we're going to have Isaiah Raja, the tall Trinidadian and Tobago wrist spinner. And taking a look at the points table, this is what it means. If Atlanta Fire can win today, get 4 in a row, they would leapfrog the Royals and the Raptors, of course, with 2 extra games, but that's still points on the board. Raptors and Royals idle this weekend. They will start action again in Broward County in Fort Lauderdale next weekend. Lions, of course, winning their first match yesterday against the Lightning. Tangerine Chanderpaul, 77, batted throughout the innings. And here's the over-by-over chart. It's just been a steep ladder in Manhattan. And here's that worm chart. Up, 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 and away. 81 off of 6 overs. And can Isaiah Raja stop the stem of runs? Nobody has seemed to have done it. The power play is concluded. Players on the boundary now. Raja's figures yesterday, 2 overs, 2 for 13. Got roughed up in his first over, but bounced back with 2 wickets in his second over. That turned the match against the Lightning. Raja to Taylor. And has Taylor second guessing from the first delivery. The Lightning are going to have to be almost perfect in these middle overs to get back into this match. And he's gone after him. Taylor in the air. There's a player down there. And it's a 6. Doesn't make any difference. Isaiah Raja over pitching. a fraction. And as long as Stephen Taylor gets that big front foot down to the pitch of the ball, the rest is history. Six more to the big man. He goes on to 44 off of just 22. 87 now without loss. Going back to Stephen Taylor's knock of 102 off of 59 deliveries on Friday against the Galaxy. He hit 10 fours and 8 sixes. 88 of his runs came in boundaries against the Orlando Galaxy. So far, Taylor, 5 fours and 3 sixes, 38 runs of his 44 coming in boundaries. And I believe they're still trying to find the ball that was hit back overhead. Hence the reason for the pause in play. Well, there's a lot of runs in that bat. And you could understand if Ryan Passard wants to get a hold of it and maybe get some of that juju, as they say, on his hands to get into form. And it looks like Stephen Taylor has hit this ball so hard, there has been a prolonged pause in play. Isaiah Raja is turning to the big man and having a conversation, maybe asking him to tone it down a bit, because there are a number of players now into the forest looking to retrieve this ball. This ground is the last ground in the Atlanta Paramveers complex. It is right up against the brush, as you can see in the backdrop. And with players like Stephen Taylor around, cricket balls can be lost. And if you ever played cricket in your backyard, the perfect scenario is if the ball does get lost. Then you can literally run 100 runs and score a century off of one shot. Fortunately for the Lions, there are boundaries. And Stephen Taylor is limited to just 6 runs. Well, a newer ball is out. Rajiv Darbar just got his hands to it. Looks like the players have raised their hands in mercy. And the umpire has agreed to get a new cricket ball. So, 5 minutes later, Isaiah Raja gets the ball back in his hand. It's a fresh cricket ball, not the one that was hit outside of Lauderdale. But here's Raja. And he's gone again. Can he make it this time? He does. And Chuinam is keeping a very close eye on this one to retrieve this ball. Isaiah Raja has been greeted with disdain. First one back overhead, second one between mid-wicket and long on, and Stephen Taylor has brought up his 50 with a maximum. I'll have you guess the over-under of 25 deliveries. If you chose under, you'd have won the bet. 23 deliveries, and Stephen Taylor has reached his half century, climbing the ladder in runs scored in minor league cricket in 2024. 102 on Friday. So far, Taylor 50 off of 23, 5 fours and 4 sixes. Strike rate a whopping 217. And I think Isaiah Raja is getting the ball back every 5 minutes. And that's not going to spell well for his momentum, if he has any momentum. So if you're just joining us, Fort Lauderdale Lions, fresh off of their first win against the Lightning yesterday. Their skipper and West Indies player, Tangerine Chanderpaul, batting throughout the innings, scoring 77 off of 54, supported by Isaiah Raja, the bowler right now, who got 44 off of 38, put up 181, their largest total, 181 for 2. And then bowling out the Lightning for 124. They won the toss today to continue their form, chose to bowl first with the dew on the wicket, and Taylor and Darbar has taken them behind the woodshed, and it's now 93 without loss. And it's going to be a wide by Raja, is it? Umpire having mercy. This game having serious implications on the Southern Division, with the Fire winning 3 on the trot, trying to win 4 and go top of the Southern Division. Short delivery, and that's a bit of bounce for the wrist spinner. Full outside off stump, driven with pace and power, and it's 4 more. Taylor ends the over with a bang. He brought up his 50 2 balls before with a 6. This time a square drive. Picturesque for 4 more. And at the end of 7 overs, the runs continue to flow for the Fire. 97 without loss.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So if you want to get something done, sometimes you have to do it yourself. And Tangerine Chanderpaul has taken the ball and is coming to try to stem the flow of runs between Darbar and Taylor. A known leg spinner, part-time leg spinner. Let's see if he stays with the wrist spin today against Darbar, coming around the wicket to the right-hander. And he's bowling finger spin as a full toss. Darbar gets 1. And as far as the Fort Lauderdale Lions are concerned, that's a victory. So this is interesting. Around the wicket to the right-hander, over the wicket to the left-hander. And the former West Indies U19 player and up to January, current West Indies player, is going to try to come on and bowl his part-time, looks like to be finger spin. Is Stephen Taylor licking his lips? He's on 54th of 26. It's been brute force by the big Jamaican. And that was well bowled. And all Taylor can do is push it along on for a single. Haven't seen Chanderpaul much in 2024 with the ball in his hand. But after 7 overs, things have gotten a little desperate for the Lions. So the skipper seeing if he can take his batting form with the ball. And it's a full toss and pulled away by Darbar. Protection at deep mid wicket. So the 100 is up for Atlanta Fire. And it's only taken them 7.3 overs. 13.3 runs per over. Taylor. And that is going to be a dot ball. Signal by the umpire. And is this I believe it's a bottom edge. Did he get anything? It's buys. He got none, but 4 runs the result. 4 more to the total. 104 now. That's 7 off the over. And it's, as far as runs scored is concerned, it's been the most productive over so far for the Lions. Outside off stump, it's a full toss and it's dispatched. But there's cover out there. So we are back in beautiful Lauderdale, Georgia. The 100 is up after only 8 overs. Atlanta Fire being asked to bat first after Fort Lauderdale Lions have won the toss. And Stephen Taylor and Rajdeep Darbar have raced to 105 for their team. Darbar 41 off of just 19. Taylor 56 off of 30. It's been a slaughter in the first 48 deliveries of this match. And coming on is a young Adam Khan, the leg spinner, who's had an impressive 2024 so far. Khan's figures yesterday, 2 overs, 3 for 21 with his looping leg spinners to Taylor. And Taylor's gone right back overhead. He has greet young Khan. It's a long single, but it's a warning to Khan of things that may come. Rajdeep Darbar, 41 off of 19. Yesterday, 43 off of 15. And he's pulled away and driven it through extra cover. And he's gotten a boundary, Darbar. Not to be outdone by Taylor. Just pulling away, giving himself some room. And he dug it out and drove it through extra cover for 4. Well, the score races on to 110. And Darbar, like Taylor who got a 50 2 overs ago. Now Darbar is in the vicinity. Adam Khan, the young leg spinner. Can he settle in? Goes after him, plays across the line of the ball, top edge, and the spin has just fooled the backward point for a second. No run. Darbar goes after him. Over extra cover. 1 bounce into the brush. And that's actually going to be a 6. It actually made it over the rope. So Rajdeep Darbar brings up his half century. Only 22 deliveries. And it's been destruction from start. And it's been continuing from the right-handed Darbar to the left-handed Taylor. And Khan is not being spared. $51 off of 22. Taylor 57 off of 31. And all that feel-good feeling that the Lions had yesterday, winning their first match against the Lightning, is quickly evaporating. Atlanta Fire forging ahead, winning 3 in a row, looking for number 4 to go on top of the Southern Division. The table is being set by these 2 openers, 116 without loss. There was a pull and a valuable dot ball. Well, the top scorers coming into week number 3. We'll get to that. Darbar plays across the line. And that's the line and the length that they need. And that's the end of over number 9. Destruction continues in Paramveer's field. Fire 116 without loss.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Tajnarine Chandapol coming in for his second over. The best over so far for the Lions. 1 over for just 4 runs. Son of West Indies legend Shivnarine Chandapol. Taylor goes after it. Thick outside edge. Did he open the face of the bat? He did. I take it back. He opened up the blade. Got it off the middle. And another big boundary by the big Jamaican. Nothing wrong with the delivery. Just everything right with Taylor. Getting to the pitch of the ball. And lofting it over cover for 6. Taylor races on to 63. This one short and quicker. And that little extra zip caught Taylor by surprise. Again, another short delivery, and there's that lift that this wicket can offer. And Stephen Taylor's pulled away and is looking bemused. Chanderpaul wants to get right back to his mark, and Taylor's just going to pause for a second. Flatter delivery, and I think Chanderpaul has found his rhythm now. Little to no arc on the ball, just a flat off break, which goes away to the left-hander, into the right-hander. So he stays over to the left-hander and coming around to the right-hander. Very much a defensive posture for Chanderpaul. Bangs it in and just turn around his legs. But Chewingham, who is sturdy in stature, can't stop this one, and it's 2 more for Darbar. Short delivery, and Darbar opens the face of the bat. Beautiful shot from the opener. A man in touch. He can be powerful, he can be aggressive, the little right-hander, but this time, a late cut. Caressing it down to the vacant third man for 4 more. So 4 runs to end the over, and the Fire continue to forge ahead. 129 without loss after 10. Adam Khan will continue to bowl his looping leg breaks to the big Stephen Taylor. Khan coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Just can't get his rhythm. Khan was 1 over, none for 11 in his first effort. One comes in and just whipped off the thigh pad. There's no cover there, and Khan pays the price, does he? Just a long single. Deep mid wicket comes across. Saves the boundary. Now Khan is going to come over the wicket to the right-hander. Remember Khan getting 3 wickets yesterday against the Lightning. And then 2 wickets against the Lightning the day before. So 5 wickets in the last 2 days / 2 matches for Khan. And Darbar is cutting. But the protection is there, no run. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Fort Lauderdale Lions. In the middle overs, their strike bowler Khan, the wrist spinner to come and slow things down. There's like a top spinner, but pulled away by Darbar. Prasad comes across. A straight delivery. Sort of a top spinner again by Khan. No turn. Not a googly, neither a leg break. Just the one that just continues on. And Taylor's been very watchable to the leg spinner. And there's the googly, but it makes no difference. Taylor gets to the pitch of the ball and drives it. Another boundary. And it's a 6. The statuesque Jamaican, as long as he gets to the pitch of the ball, you can expect maximum destruction. It is his 4th 6 for the innings. He races on to 71 off of just 38 deliveries. Out for a duck yesterday against the Galaxy, but on Friday, 102 off of 59 deliveries, Stephen Taylor. And he's in the hunt, could you believe it, for maybe a 2nd century in 3 days. So the ball has been retrieved, and we've had that issue more than once in this match, in the opening 10 overs, with Stephen Taylor smashing the ball all over the brush in the background. And Adam Khan is about to bowl his last ball of his 2nd over. No one has seemed to stop the stem of runs. There's that leg break single. 9 runs coming from the over. 11 overs in the books, 138 without loss.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We are back in Lauderdale, Georgia, and there's going to be a bowling change. It's going to be Siddiqui, the wrist spinner, coming to bowl to Stephen Taylor. Mohib Siddiqui bowled his full 4 overs yesterday against the Lightning. 4 overs, 1 for 23. So the left-arm orthodox bowler against the left-handed batter, and that's gone. Wildlife in trouble. Squirrels are going running. Raccoons may be able to retrieve this one. But Siddiqui strays down the leg side, and Stephen Taylor says, "Thank you very much." And there's the pose for the picture. And the Jamaican continues his onslaught. And again, this may be this may be a long pause in play as they try to retrieve this one. And thanks to Stephen Taylor. An inspection of the bat. Kevin Stout, the Barbadian, and the Jamaican Taylor having a conversation. Ryan Passar, the wicketkeeper for the Lions, didn't get a chance to bat yesterday, but got a 50 on Friday against the Lightning. So Stephen Taylor goes to 78 off of just 40 deliveries. So his 78 runs come from 6 fours and 7 sixes. Now, I'm going to attempt to do the math. Everybody sit down and be patient. "66 runs have come off of boundaries out of Taylor's 78. And Siddiqui, who was so accurate, so conservative yesterday, 4 overs, 1 for 23, is now about to walk into a chainsaw with Taylor and Darbar, who have been merciless. And is that the second ball or third ball we're going to use today? Courtesy this man, Taylor. Yep. Another ball inspection. And now Siddiqui has changed angles. He's going to come around, actually over the wicket. No, around the wicket. He is a left-arm orthodox bowler. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Oh, did he chop that one to safety? It was a quicker ball, almost a Yorker. And somehow Taylor survived it. Taylor whips this one off the pads. And it's just going to be a long single. So if you get Taylor off strike, 79 off of 42, all you do is get Darbar, who's 58 off of 28. And Darbar's boundaries, 8 fours and 3 sixes. That is 50 runs from his 58 in boundaries from the right-hander. And that single is a victory for Siddiqui. So this ground notorious for providing some assistance to the bowlers in the morning matches. Don't tell that to the Atlanta Fire. They are breaking records as we go. 146 without loss in the 12th. Taylor cuts. Driving is Taylor, square drive, but straight to point. And that will be the end of the 12th over. 146 without loss. Adam Khan to continue. Short and cut away by Darbar. He gets a long single. 8 runs scored in the last over. 8 different bowlers being used for the Lions. Khan is number 8 in this spell, and a sweep by Taylor, and that's another boundary. The tractor this time in trouble. And thanks to some good fielding on the opposite field. But it's a maximum for Taylor. He makes no mistake picking up the line of the ball, going with the turn, and getting another 6. So the 150 comes up to Atlanta Fire. No wickets have fallen. They put up a mammoth 220 against the Galaxy on Friday, in the hunt again for that total again. Good to see this man, Stephen Taylor. Rajiv Darbar, 43 off of 15 yesterday. Currently 60 off of 30 today. Stephen Taylor, a duck yesterday. But get this, 102 off of 59 deliveries on Friday. That's the type of form these openers are in. And Darbar comes down the track, high in the air. Long off, long on. Makes no difference. Another 6 to the total. Khan with his looping leg breaks, just too much air. Darbar coming down the track, using his feet, getting to the pitch of it. And once that happens, the response is boundaries. In the background, Kevin Stoute unsure on what to do, but these two batters have got to 160 now. Can we see a score at 240 in this minor league season? Atlanta Fire 220 against the Galaxy on Friday. And with wickets in hand, and these two in this sort of mood, 240 may be in range. Question is, how many cricket balls are there on the sidelines for this game to continue? Well, Taylor just inspects another one. Is this ball number 3 or 4? So Khan to continue. Bouncing ball. Does Khan take the catch? He does. What a take by Adam Khan to get Rajiv Darbar. This wicket was offering bounce. And finally Khan pitches one just right. Darbar trying to continue to be aggressive. Comes off the shoulder of the bat. And a fantastic catch by Khan. He did it all. The delivery, there's that bounce, the top spinner. A leading edge. And look at the catch by Khan. Acrobatic. And that's what it took to get the first wicket. Darbar departs for 66 off of 32. Take a bow, Rajiv Darbar, following his 43 off of 15 yesterday against the Galaxy. And the Atlanta Fire finally lose their first wicket. But get this, 160 on the board. Adam Khan getting his 6th wicket in the third day. 2 on Friday, 3 yesterday. So far 1 today, but he's been roughed up. And he has 1 more delivery in this over.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyke Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th to 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
And the partnership between Darbar and Taylor, the Fire can now continue to be aggressive and send their big hitters in with just 1 wicket loss. Top spinner, no run, and a very good over by Khan. 13 off of it, but the wicket of Darbar is all that counts. 160 for 1. It's Siddiqui to continue. And he's bowling to the big, mighty Stephen Taylor. Taylor pulls, just a short delivery, and he goes with the turn. Protection means just 1. Siddiqui went for 8 runs in his first over. So Udin, the left-hander, is more known for his wicket-taking ability as the opening bowler for the Fire with his medium pacers. Is now coming in at number 3 and trying to score as quickly as he could. Taylor gets all of this one. He's gotten to the pitch, and this has gone a long way. Right off the meat of the bat. Thank goodness there's no forest over there, or else we will officially have run out of cricket balls to play this match. Over pitched by Siddiqui. And I think this ball has gone so far, I think the Orlando Galaxy may have to make a substitution, because by the time the player has gotten back, it may be tea time. Stephen Taylor to the pitch of the ball. As beautiful of an on drive over long on as you would get. He gets into the 90s, 93. $168 for 1 now. And Taylor in this mood, this century can be brought up in this over. 93 off of 48. Left-handed Siddiqui, short and cut away. Chewingham having a torrid time behind square. Siddiqui. So far 9 in the over. And Taylor will be very, very content to have Udin just play this out so he can get strike in the next over. Sweeping, appeal for LBW. He's coming around the wicket, remember. And that is the end of the 14th over. Taylor within distance of a century. We'll see in the next over. 169 for 1. Adam Khan, who just took a terrific court and bowl catch from the dismissed Darbar in the last over, continues. And Taylor's gotten after him, got to the pitch of the ball and smashed this one back overhead. And it's 4 more. Taylor goes to 98. If you're not tuning in, put on your screen now. Stephen Taylor in full flow. Back overhead against Khan, gets to 98. Within 2 runs of his second century in 3 days. Can Khan come up with something special? To Taylor, getting back, cutting. And that beats the fielder. And that was Khan who had to field his own delivery. So Taylor goes to the nervous 99. Udin, how does he fare against the young leg spinner Adam Khan? Going across the line of the ball. Gets Taylor back on strike. That's what you want. Don't have Taylor stewing on the other end at 99. Taylor scored 102 off of 59 deliveries on Friday. He's 99 off of 51. Pushes it in the air past Khan, and Stephen Taylor, raise your bat, has scored a second century in 3 innings. Another magnificent performance from the big Jamaican. Carrying the fire to yet another mammoth total. 220 on Friday. They are now 176 for 1. Thanks to this man. 100 off of 52 deliveries, 7 fours, and 9 mammoth sixes. And I can tell you what, we're on our 4th cricket ball of this match to give you an idea of how big the sixes are. Udin pulls a short delivery. Drive by Taylor, high in the air. And it's put down. It was a tough catch over the fielder's shoulder. And 4 more to Stephen Taylor. He goes to 104. That is the end of Khan's over. Taylor got his century. And then he's opening up, chasing a wide one. Point, getting his hand to it, but it was always going to be tough over his shoulder. And he gets another boundary. 181 for 1 after 15. We are back in Lauderdale, Georgia. Atlanta Fire lost the toss. The Lions put them into bat. Darbar and Taylor responded with an 160 opening partnership. Darbar caught and bowled Khan. And now Stephen Taylor has just scored his second century in 3 innings. He is 104 off of 53. And Udin has come in to try to wake things up. And looks like it's going to be Ryan Prasad, who was brought into this match to bowl his finger spin. It is the 9th bowler that the Lions have used in this innings. Makes no difference. The runs continue to flow, and this has been a wide delivery. Atlanta Fire winning 3 in a row to come into this match, are now 1 win away to go on top of the Southern Division. This, their last match of the regular season. It is almost a must-win for them. If they win it, they leapfrog Raptors and the Royals, who are idle this weekend. But those two teams will get a chance again next weekend in Fort Lauderdale. But it makes no difference. Stephen Taylor is setting records as he continues his onslaught against bowlers in the Minor League Cricket 2024 season. This one just pushed, no run. And when you're in this sort of form, you're not in any hurry. Quicker delivery by Prasad and turned away off his hips by Taylor for another boundary. Prasad getting the same treatment as the rest of his teammates. Trying a quicker delivery into the pads of Taylor, and he got back and just whipped it away. There's no safe zone for the left-handed Jamaican. 4 more to the total. Taylor's 102 came off of 59 deliveries on Friday. Today, just merciless. If you thought that could not be topped, Stephen Taylor, 108 off of 55 deliveries, 9 fours and 9 sixes. "90 runs coming in boundaries off of his 108. And he gets a sip of water to try to refresh. .187 for 1. Lions came into this match full of confidence after beating the Lightning convincingly yesterday, setting their highest total of 181 for the regular season. And now they look up at the scoreboard, and the Fire have scored 187 in this just halfway through the 16th. So Ryan Prasad gets another ball. We've lost track on how much Stephen Taylor has lost. We're going to have to start borrowing balls from other fields, with this man still having 4.2 overs left if he remains out there. Tossed up, and he drives, this time on the ground, thankfully for everyone. There's Adam Khan, who's done so well with the ball. And looks like Stephen Taylor wants another bat. Wide delivery by Prasad. Trying everything in his arsenal to hide the ball at this point. And Uden has not been able to get into any sort of flow at the wicket. 4 from 8. Short delivery pulled away. Long hop. Given the treatment. And it's a 6 for Uden, and it's the end of the over. Score goes to 195. This one sticks in Ryan Prasad's hand. And Uden got it right off the middle of the bat. And if you're playing on the beach, that one is gone beyond the waves. 195 for one after 16.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So we are back with the medium pacer, Pistano, the Guyanese international. Certainly the quickest of the bowlers we've seen on this ground on Friday, Saturday, and today, Sunday. But his direction and accuracy can be questioned. His first two overs went for 19. Is that at leading edge? Well, even if Stephen Taylor is trying to work the ball through the onside, he can still get runs on the offside. Completely played. And he's having a laugh with Pistano. When it's going right, it's all going right. He literally can do no wrong, Stephen Taylor. Uden, who hit a massive 6 in the last delivery he faced, drives on the up, over point, 4 runs. So 10 runs in the last 2 deliveries for Uden. Pistano outside off stump, too much room for Uden, who just helps it over point for 4. The 200 is up for Atlanta Fire. Get the record books out. We may be making a new entry with this team being in this sort of mood. So Uden, who has now scored 10 in his last 2 deliveries, is that another ball that we've seen that the umpire inspected? Can this be another lost ball? We've run out, we've lost count, and now Pistano is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Uden to change direction. pulled away another long hop. And hopefully we keep track of this one. And that's a 6. 206 now. Pistano dropping it in too short. This wicket, yes, it's providing some bounce, but it's also holding up. And absolutely smashed by Uden. $206 for 1. We continue in Lauderdale, Georgia. Atlanta Fire. This one over point again. It's another boundary. And I'm laughing because this is 6. Because of the amount of balls that have gone missing in and around Lauderdale, Georgia, you can open a cricket shop and resell them. This one wide from Pistano, can't find his line and length, and Uden is just gobbling it up. Nothing at the stumps, nothing for the batters to consider. Just having a free-for-all. Pure dejection by the Lions. Pistano shaking his head. And there's another hunt for the ball. We can't believe it. The game, it's been extraordinary batting. First of all, Stephen Taylor and Rajdeep Darbar opening a 160 partnership. Now Stephen Taylor 110 off of 58. Just incredible batting by the Jamaican. I'll get you his boundary numbers in just a second. But now Uden has now hit 4 consecutive boundaries. As his score gets to 206 for 1. Stephen Taylor, 110, 58 deliveries, 9 4s, 9 6s. It's been incredible. Darbar, 66 off of 32, 8 4s, 4 6s. And because of the brush, and we've seen the fielders sitting down to rest their legs, because of the brush that surrounds the field, understand, with 15 6s being hit and 18 4s being struck, every time the ball goes into the brush, there's been either a new ball that has to be brought out to replace the old ball, or there's going to be a search party trying to retrieve the ball. So the innings of 206 for 1 has been spectacular by the Fire, but it's taking a really long time for the innings to progress because of the amount of balls that have been lost. So Pistano, who went for 19 in his first 2, is now 11 in his third. And he's almost bowled the ball onto the second pitch to try to hide it from Uden. And the journey continues for Pistano. This one's swatted away by Uden. And that will be the end of the 17th over. Finally, 213 for 1. We continue.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyre Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th through 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
Kevin Stout to continue his second over rather. Slower delivery. Gets Taylor off balance, but still a single. Stout's first over went for 20 runs. He bowled the last over of the power play when Darbar and Taylor were just smacking the ball all over Lauderdale. He has come back in. And Udin, who's hit 4 consecutive boundaries, is not going to let up. He's come in for one reason and one reason alone: to strike the ball all over the ground as the Fire have wickets in hand. Pulled away, short delivery by Stout, and just short of the fielder, Passad. So a long single for Udin gets Taylor back on strike. Stout, and this one is just whipped away. There's cover down there. I saw Taylor grab his leg as soon as he played the shot. And now the rubbing of the hamstring. Well, over the last 3 days, Taylor has scored and spent some serious time out in the middle between Friday with his 102 and now he's 112 not out. Didn't last long yesterday against the Lightning, but has made up for it today. Stout to Udin. Top edge. And another boundary for the Fire. Score goes to 220. Udin getting a top edge. No chance for Rampasad behind the stumps. Stout. Slow delivery. Udin picks it up. And excellent stop by who else? Adam Khan. What a cricketer. Acrobatic catch for the only wicket today. Applause from Rampasad. He stops a certain boundary after the ball seemed to have slipped out of Stout's hand as he tried to bowl a slower ball. Swatted by Udin. And the bounce, and look at the acrobatics by Khan. And Taylor goes after this, a golf shot off of Stout and is taken at the boundary. Adam Khan on a mission. Takes the catch. That's his second of the day. His second of the day, Adam Khan. A cotton ball to get Darbar. And now Taylor gets under Stout. And Adam Khan takes a catch. Something hard. Makes it look easy. And Stephen Taylor departs. What a knock by the Jamaican. 112 off of 61. Coming off of Friday's performance of 102 off of 59. He can take a bow as he leaves the pitch. What a magnificent performance by the left-handed Jamaican. He has set the table for this score of 221 for 2. 112 off of 61 deliveries. Incredible. Take a bow, Stephen Taylor. So 18 overs gone, 221 for 2. The new batter will be Paul Palmer. So Pestano, who's gone for 37 in his 3 overs, is going to go against his nemesis, Udin, who carved him up in the last over he bowled. 16 runs coming in the last over from Pestano. Short delivery, and it's a good bouncer. And a valuable dot ball for this Lions team, who have to be dejected despite getting Stephen Taylor's wicket. They didn't really celebrate it because the damage was done. Stephen Taylor departing for 112 off of 61 deliveries. Short, Uding, top edge. Is a fielder under it. Takes the catch at the boundary. Uding departs. A quick fire 32 off of 17. Pestano gets the wicket. And the Fire lose their 3rd. 2 wickets have now fallen in 3 deliveries for the Fire. Pestano trying to go with another heave. Udin rather gets the top edge and is caught out at deep mid wicket. 221 for 3 now. So Pestano, the Guyanese all-rounder, back to his mark, getting a wicket. That of Udain, 32 off of 17. This one down the leg side and just turned off the hips. There's a short backward square. Pestano is appealing for LBW. Let's see if he got any bat onto it. Here's that delivery again by Pestano. After getting the wicket of Udin. And it hits the top of the pad. It's a huge appeal by Rampersad and Pestano. Not out the call. Here's Palmer pulling. Paul Palmer against the Galaxy yesterday. Just 2 runs off of 3 deliveries. We'll try to rectify that with just about an over and 2 balls be remaining. Shazad, the leg spinning all-rounder, has coming at number 5. Pulls this one, gets a bottom edge. Shazad just actually made a duck. He was not out yesterday. Take that back, not a duck. He just was 0 not out in the innings that the Atlanta Fire won against the Galaxy. Palmer facing the last ball of this 19th over. 224 for 3. Fire in control. Short delivery, just opened the face of the bat. And 1 run to end the 19th over. 6 deliveries remaining. Atlanta Fire, 225 for 3. So 1 over remaining. And the ball is going to go to Kevin Stout, who got the wicket of Stephen Taylor on the last ball of his last over. He went for 20 in his first over, then got 8 runs scored in his second with the wicket of Taylor. And he bowling the 20th over against the fire on a slog sweep by Shazad. An excellent stop at the boundary. So Palmer gets 2. This Atlanta Fire team, 3 wins in a row, looking for number 4. Wide outside off stump, and it's a dot ball. They've won 3 in a row, put them back in the discussion. 1 point off of the Raptors and the Royals. They have to win this match to go top of the Southern Division with the Raptors and Royals idle this weekend and give themselves a chance to get to the playoffs. Down the track he comes, gets to the pitch of it. Just one more and Kevin Stout can get a smile on his face as his slower ball had Palmer in all sorts of trouble. Stout and trying to swing for the hills over mid-wicket was Shazad. Got none of it, and sometimes when you try to do too much, you don't get the result that you need. And Shazad looking for the big 6. Gets a dot ball. Stout. Shazad gets the toe end of the bat. And the batter's looking for 2, and it's a run out, and there is. Little appeal. Did Shazad make it back in time for the second? Palmer's asking, why did you ask for it? And Shazad has been run out. The 4th wicket falls at the score 228. Palmer getting on the toe of the bat, gets an easy single, then asks for a suicide second and was run out convincingly. Square leg came across. The ball was not in the deep. Right over the bails. Excellent throw. Palmer run out by a mile. Fourth wicket down, 229 on the board. Just 1 delivery remaining in this innings. Stout to corner dry, and it's a wide by Stout. The last thing the Lions needed. It's now 230 on the board. Stout, and this one is whipped away by Dry. And it's going to be a boundary. How fitting for the Atlanta Fire to finish their total, their highest total of the season, with a boundary by Corner Dry, who's facing his first delivery. Whips it away off of middle stump, over square leg for 4. And the Atlanta Fire, who was asked to bat first, needing a victory to secure or give themselves a chance to win the Southern Division and to take on the Royals and the Raptors, have now finished with their biggest total of the season, 236 for 4, off of the back of Stephen Taylor, 112 for 61. Darbar, 66 off of 32. They give them a 160-run opening partnership. Udin came in with a quick fire, 32 off of 18. And that gave Fire 236 for 4. Now the bowling, 9 different bowlers from the Lions, tells this story. No one can stop the onslaught of this Fire team, as Kevin Stout, 3 overs, 1 for 39. Adam Khan, the only bright spark, 1 for 46, still was very much roughed up, as the Fire gives themselves a chance to win the Southern Division, to go on top of the Southern Division, off of the back of Stephen Taylor and Darbar, 112 for 61, 66 off of 32. And the Lions bowlers, well, nothing much to talk about. Stout and Khan and Pistano each getting a wicket. So 237 needed by the Lions. They put up their highest total yesterday of 181 against the Lightning. This may be too steep. We shall see, as the Fire in control after just one inning. We'll be right back for the second. Winless coming into yesterday's match against the Fire, as Stephen Taylor sweeps this one for yet another boundary. This victory now have some confidence, and now will try to halt this Fire team in their run to get to the playoffs. And as I say that, Rajib Darbar, spinner, and he's opened his shoulders. Darbar give himself some room and has flashed too much width, too much room for the right-hander. And he smashed it over cover. Can the Lions stop this stem of runs? Goes to the leg side this time, and it's another boundary. Stout, 4 overs remaining. Stout. Taylor drives on the up. Beats the infield. 4 more. This one short. Great delivery, but Darbar made the most of it. It was the last ball of the power play. Cuts again, over point. Is it a maximum? 1 bounce. And he's gone after him. Taylor in the air. There's a player down there. And he's gone again. Can he make it this time? He does. Full outside off stump, driven with 15. And he's pulled away and driven it through extra cover. Darbar goes after him. Over extra cover. 1 bounce. Taylor goes after it. Thick outside edge. Did he open the face of the bat? He did. Short delivery, and Darbar opens the face of the bat. Beautiful shot to the leg spinner. And there's the googly, but it makes no difference. Taylor gets to the pitch of the ball and drives it. 23. So the left-arm orthodox bowler against the left-handed batter, and that's gone. This can is number 8 in this spell, and a sweep by Taylor, and that's the type of form these openers are in. And Darbar comes down the track, high in the air. Long off, long on. Bouncing ball. This can't take the catch. Taylor gets all of this one. He's gotten to the pitch, and this has gone a long way. Right, continues. And Taylor's gotten after him. Got to the pitch of the ball and smashed this one back. Drive by Taylor, high in the air. And it's put down. It was a tough catch over the fielder. Quicker delivery by Passard and turned away off his hips by Taylor for another bounce at the wicket. 4 from 8. Short delivery, pulled away. Long hop, given the treatment. In the last delivery he faced, drives on the up, over point, 4 runs. And now Pistano is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Udin to change direction. Pulled away, another long hop. For 1, we continue in Lauderdale, Georgia. Atlanta Fire. This one over point again. It's another boundary. Udin getting a top edge. No chance for Rampasad. And Taylor goes after this, a golf shot off of Stout, and is taken at the boundary. Short, Uding, top edge. There's a fielder under it. Takes the catch. Shazad gets the toe end of the bat. And the batter's looking for 2, and it's a run. Stout, and this one is whipped away by Dry. And it's going to be a boundary. How fitting for the Atlanta Fire. Welcome back to Lauderdale, Georgia. Well, the Fort Lauderdale Lions are now looking up at Mount Kilimanjaro with the Atlanta Fire putting up 230, their biggest score for the minor league cricket 2024 season, maybe their biggest score ever, 225. Stephen Taylor 112 off of 61 deliveries, as we have push-ups, lost balls, and all sorts of things happening on Lauderdale, Georgia. And Tangerine Chanderpaul, who came off his biggest knock yesterday, 77, as he put the Lions on his back to score their biggest score of 181 yesterday. And Stephen Taylor, Darbar, and Uden combined to give the Fire their largest total in minor league cricket 2024 at 236. Chanderpaul and Raja put on an 83 first wicket partnership yesterday against the Lightning, with Raja getting 44. And it's going to be Uden, who got 30 odd with the bat. And he is the strike bowler for this Fire team. First delivery to Chanderpaul. And this one comes right back in off the seam. Chanderpaul had no idea and he's bowled him. Hit the leg stump. Uden responds and dismisses the captain, Chanderpaul. Well, how about that to complement your 236 first inning total? A first ball wicket, bowling down the in-form West Indies batsman Tangerine Chanderpaul for a duck. Atlanta Fire continue to light up and blaze a trail. Their strike bowler Uden. This one coming back off the seam in between bat and pad, hitting the top of leg. And Chanderpaul has to depart. This is a fantastic angle to see the seam action for Uden coming back into the left-hander. And it actually hit the pad and then hit the leg stump. Inside edge, pad, then leg stump. And Fort Lauderdale Lions lose their first wicket on the very first delivery as they try to go after 236 set by the Lions, by the Fire rather. And their strike bowler Uden complements their largest total of the season with a first ball wicket. So Chewingham, who did not play yesterday against the Lightning, comes back into the lineup. And Chewingham, not known for his quick singles, will be looking to get a move on from early. Outside off stump, and it's going to be a dot ball. Well, what a response by this Atlanta Fire team. They lost 3 of their first 5 matches, then responded with 3 consecutive wins. 1 against the Lightning, then 2 against the Galaxy. Uden, this one comes back in again, more seam action coming into the left-hander. They responded with 3 consecutive victories, 1 against the Lightning, 2 against the Galaxy in succession. A must-win scenario in their last match of the regular season to leapfrog the Raptors and the Royals. And they put up their largest total of 236 thanks to Taylor and Darbar. And now their strike bowler gets a first ball wicket to replace or to remove Tangerine Chanderpaul. This one just opened the face of the bat and ran it through for a single. No, actually Chewingham did not get a single. So at this point, it's a wicket maiden for Uden. If he can get another dot ball. Uden opens the face of the bat and aggressive fielding in backward point. And the 236 set in the first innings is now complemented by their strike bowler Uden. 1 wicket for no runs after 1.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
We're back in Lauderdale, Georgia. Isaiah Raja, who had 44 off of 38 deliveries with 3 fours and 2 sixes against the Lightning yesterday. We'll play up against Ash Dave, who's the US U19 international. And Raja gets this one off of his toes for a single. Ash Dave bowling against the Galaxy yesterday. Bowled 3 overs, 2 for 18 as the long Linge off spinner, all rounder, I should say, to Chewingham. Chewingham again is 7 deliveries now without getting off the mark. Was left out of yesterday's winning performance against the Lightning. Brought back in, was roughed up with the ball in his first over and is now trying to make amends with the bat. And again, there's no run, and Chewingham can't find any sort of relief at this point. 8 balls, and he's still stuck on 0. On Friday, Chewingham got 5 runs off of 17 deliveries as he opened the batting. And he's continuing to struggle, but now has opened up and may have gotten off the mark. He has a boundary over point. Ash Dave just a fraction short. And with Chewingham facing a number of deliveries, picked it up and cut it away. Over cover for 4. So the USA U19 all-rounder gets the ball back. Chewingham is forward. Is an appeal for LBW. Not out the call, but the second over is in the books. Only 5 runs scored with the loss of Chandapol. We'll be back. Uden, after a wicket maiden, will continue to Isaiah Raja. Man in form. This one doesn't get up as much as Raja thought. It's him on top by the thigh pad. And that is Uden's 7th delivery. And they've yet to score a run off of him. Uden to Raja. And this one is punched right back down to mid-off. They go for the run. Corner dry, can't hit the stumps. So they get their first run off of Uden. Single to Raja, he goes to 2. And Chewingham, who's been buying his time, finally got off the mark with a cut shot for 4 on his last delivery. Let's see if that results in the big left-hander starting to open up. Goes after it, and this one literally bounces over the stumps. Chewingham seeing the ball did not get up as much as he thought. Uden. And this is pulled off the toe of the bat. One bounce to mid-on. Shows that the ball is not coming on to the batters. Uden doing some inspections of his piece of plywood. Chewingham hits him on the pad and appeal for LBW. Umpire, I think, like I thought, maybe a little too high. Chewingham is a tall man and it hit him by above the roll of the pad. Last ball of the 3rd. Dot ball, and the score 8 for 1 after 3.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Dave to continue. This one's a little bit short, and Chewingham has lifted this one over extra cover for 6. With the spinner on, the big left-hander goes to the cricket hat rather than the helmet. And right away, picking up Ash Dave and lifting him over extra cover for 6. So big congratulations, speaking about U19, Ash Dave, Subramanian, and so too Vagela from Atlanta Fire for making the U19 squad that will play against the West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago in November. USA Cricket continues to broaden its horizons at all age group levels. Boys, girls, men, women. And some gardening has been done on the pitch. And Chewingham, who now has 2 boundaries for 10 runs, inside edge. So Stephen Taylor, all smiles in his slip cordon. 2 centuries in 3 days for the big man. And he's no slouch at slip. Raja punching on that back foot, driving to cover, no run. This one coming off the bottom of the bat, and Dave fielding no problem. Raja giving himself some room and lifting this one over on the offside. And it's going to be another boundary, this time of 4. It's Raja's first. He moves on to 6. 18 for 1. Raja again, lifting. And it's going to be another boundary. Well, Isaiah Raja, who had 44 yesterday, is starting to open up today. Gave himself some room in the last delivery. This time does it again. Reading the bounce of the ball and just helping it over point for another 4. So 2 fours to finish the over as the Lions continue to 22 for 1 after 4. So welcome back to Rydell, Georgia, as Fort Lauderdale Lions try to chase down 236. They are 22 for 1. Chanda ball back in the pavilion, bowled on the first ball by Udin, inside edge, onto the pad, onto leg stump. And now the statuesque corner dry coming into bowl to Chewingham. Short delivery. Umpire says all is fair. Corner dry, 4 overs, 2 for 20 against the Galaxy yesterday. Was one of the pick of the bowlers. Wasn't so good the day before, but is starting to round into form. And this one was just a fraction wider than the last. And because Chewingham offered a shot, it kind of gave the umpire an idea of how far that ball was away from the batter. So a wide delivery. Dry, Chewingham, and he bounce over the top edge. Umpire making clear that's an official bouncer over the shoulder. No other deliveries are going to be allowed over the shoulder. And Chewingham has got all of this. This one is high in the air and lifted over the 10 for 6. Massive strike by Chewingham. Dry pitching it just short of a length. And Chewingham pulled it. Got all of it right off the middle of the bat for a big 6. So Chewingham's 6 has been retrieved. There's been an issue of lost balls in this match, courtesy Stephen Taylor. And Chewingham just hit one into the brush. And Corner Dry has gotten it back. This one is played out for a dot ball. Fort Lauderdale Lions losing their first 3 matches, coming back and winning that match against the Lightning yesterday. Have got them off the bottom of the table. Galaxy had 2 matches abandoned, which got them a point each. So they both have 2 points at the bottom of the Southern Division. And this one is outside the outside edge, and it's going to be another wide. And Corner Dry is going to bowl an 8 ball over. If everything goes correctly rather. And the tall South African has to go to the top of his mark. And Chewingham, who's 17 off of 19, struggled with the first 8 balls of his innings, has opened up. This is a better delivery by Dry. Just short of a length. Nothing much chewing gum could do with it. So with 2 short deliveries and 4 deliveries pitched up, well, not pitched up, short of a length, does Cornet Dry attempt a Yorker? Yes, he does. He attempts the Yorker, but it turns into a full toss. And Chewingham gets another boundary. He was banging them shorts, and Cornet Dry deciding to pitch one up. It was too full, and Chewingham got all of it. And he gets another boundary. So that is the end of the 5th over. One more over in the power play. 34 for 1.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So the skipper, the Sri Lankan international, Amila Ponzo, bringing himself on. 4 overs, 1 for 19 yesterday. Then on Friday, 4 overs, 4 for 19. So he is in incredible form. In the top 5 in minor league cricket 2024 with wickets taken. No surprise with the pedigree of the left-arm mystery bowler. Can go either way. And this one is helped over by Raja. We're still in the power play. Only 2 fielders outside the circle. And Raja continuing his form from yesterday. 44 yesterday. Now he goes to 14 today. Ball continuing on past the left-hander, not coming into the left-hander. And he just goes with the ball, goes with the drift for a boundary. 38 for 1. So a boundary from Raja, roughing up Aponzo, who has been the pick of the bowlers in the Southern Division with most wickets taken, economy rate. And the Sri Lankan international coming left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Raja. Sri Lankan against the Trinidad and Tobagonian. And this one is swept high in the air. And the last over of the power play is going to be proven to be expensive. A 4 on the second delivery, a 6 on the third. And Isaiah Raja continuing his form from yesterday. There's no turn from Aponzo, and Raja is now reading him and picking him up and dispatching him. Ten runs in 2 balls, 44 for 1. Short delivery cut by Raja, and that's another boundary. Aponzo is being taken behind the woodshed as Raja has got a good read on him now. Rocking back and cutting past point for 4. Fuller delivery. So finally a dot ball for Aponzo after giving up 14. Last ball in the power play. Goes after him, high in the air. Does he get all of it? There's a fielder down there. Did he make the stop? He did not. 4 more to the total. And that is the end of the power play. Isaiah Raja going after the strike bowler Aponzo. Back overhead for 4 more. So match summary so far. Stephen Taylor, 112 off of just 61. Darbar supporting 66 off of 32. Udin striking 32 off of 18. Provided the Atlanta Fire with their highest total of the season, 236, in a must-win game for them to stay in the discussion in the Southern Division, with Raptors and Royals sitting idly.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyke Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th to 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
Now these two, 52 for the second wicket. Chewingham 21 off of 21. Corner dry to continue after a rough first over. And the power play is now completed, so players at the boundary for protection. Try to Raja. And he's lifted this one over cover. And did he take the catch? Benjamin Kalitz, the Canadian U19 player, takes the catch at cover. And Isaiah Raja, the danger man, had 44 yesterday and is now out for 28 off of 14 today. Off the bowling of Cornet Dry, caught by Khalid. Dry pitching this one just outside off stump. Raja going back to the well, trying to score. And Khalid takes the catch in cover. So the second wicket falls for the Fort Lauderdale Lions, 53 for 2. And Dry gets his first wicket. So coming to the crease is Kevin Stout. Didn't get a chance to bat yesterday in that incredible innings of 181 for 2 by the Lions. But the day before against the Lightning, scored a duck. But that makes no difference to this man, Kevin Stout, who's seen it all. Played for Barbados, has been a legend for the Lions. He comes to the wickets against Dry and gets off the mark first ball. Chewingham facing Dry, 54 for 2. It's on outside the off stump, and Chewingham didn't have any response. Short delivery, good short delivery by Dry. But the umpire saying it was too high. The square leg umpire signaling to the bowler's end umpire. And Dry showing he can extract some bounce out of this wicket. Banging one in short. And that one just passing the shoulder of Chewingham. This one coming back into the left hand. You can see the seam action by Dry. The ball started or pitched outside off stump, came back over the top of off stump to Chewingham. Crowded him. Gets a single. And despite the wide, Dry getting the wicket and slowing down any sort of boundaries in this over so far. One delivery remaining. This one's pitched up to Stout. Gets the single. He's going to face the first ball of the next over, as that is the end of over number 7, 56 for 2. So Aponzo to continue. Left arm around the wicket to the right-hander. Always so problematic. Aponzo to right-handed batters. Ball consistently moving. A maximum by Stoute. And at 6, takes us to 63 for 2. Too much air by Aponzo. And Stoute making him pay. Flatter delivery. Gets the dot ball. Aponzo. Stoute just turning it around his legs. No run. So after the 6, back overhead by Stoute, Aponzo starting to tidy things up. Four wickets on Friday. 1 wicket yesterday. Emilia Aponzo has been the toast of the town in the Southern Division. And there's a little paddle sweep by Stoute. Takes us through 8. It is 64 for 2. Corner dry to bowl his 3rd over on the trot to Stoute. Line, length, corridor bowling by Dry. Kevin Stoute can't find it. Dot ball. Stoute 9 from 9. Full delivery, and Stoute was trying to pull this one from outside off stump over mid-wicket. And Chewingham coming down to have a word of advice with Stoute. Try to Stoute. Short delivery, pulled away by the Bijan, but he's not impressed. Comes off the toe of the bat and gets a single. And you can see the look of disgust on his face as he wanted that shorter delivery by Dry to be pulled over mid-wicket. So Chewingham, who's been there from the 2nd delivery after Chandapol was bowled by Uden on the 1st delivery of the innings. Short delivery by Dry, and it's another wide. And Corner Dry working on that bouncer, that short delivery. but he's banging it in a little too short, and it's well over the batter's shoulder. Dry to Chewingham. And he runs this down to third man for 4. Using the pace of the ball, Chewingham, the statuesque Cornet Dry, can get pace and lift. And Chewingham using that to his advantage, opening the face of the bat, just running it over, slips. And it's 4 more. So Dry to bowl. And Chewingham goes after this. Drops just short of deeper wicket. Here's Dry to Stout down the leg side. And that will be the end of over number 9, 71 for 2.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So the man who can do no wrong, Stephen Taylor, to grab this ball and bowl his off spinners. Chewingham battling out there with Stout. Chewingham 28 off of 26. And Taylor's going to come over the wicket to the left-hander. Taylor's last time with the ball, 3 overs, none for 17. Yesterday versus the Galaxy. This one rushing on to the lefty, but Chewingham was ready for it. Fuller delivery, driven, and Kevin Stout does the fielding for Stephen Taylor, and he appreciates that, Stephen Taylor. Goes after him, high in the air. And does he get the boundary? He does. Chewingham gets the maximum. He goes to 34. Getting all of it. Just too much room for the left-hander. And it was enough to clear the ropes. So 6 more. There's that replay. And Stephen Taylor knew it as soon as it came off the bat. As we get the ball back, Taylor to Chewingham. Getting that bounce again. Chewingham, bit of a smile. So 2 deliveries left in the 10th. Taylor to Chewingham. Push for a quick single. And that will conclude the 10th over. We're halfway through the innings. Lions nowhere near the 36 they will need. They need 15 runs per over after this. We'll be back.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyre Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th through 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
So the leg spinner Shazad comes in. He has been amongst the wickets for this Fire team all season. Yesterday was roughed up against the Galaxy. 4 overs, 1 for 49. But if they Fire to get into the playoffs and make some noise, this wrist spinner is going to have to be active for this Fire team. And a sweep shot by Chewingham. This one is high in the air. Did he get all of it? And it's taken at the boundary. Chewingham departs for 35, off of 32. He was that one bright spark in this Lion lineup so far in this early part of the innings. And Shazad gets his man. Gets down on one knee. It's a top edge though. And neatly taken at the boundary for the Fire to get their second wicket. Check that, their third wicket for 79 on the board. Shazad gets one. Chewingham gone for 35 off of 22. Off of 33 rather. He departs and the Fire are very much in control halfway through this innings. New batter at the crease, it's Prasad. Ravindra Prasad had 29 off of 15 yesterday with 4 fours and a 6. Facing Shazad, it's a top spinner. Got a lot of bounce, the wristy spinner from this Atlanta Fire team, Shazad. And Kevin Stout, who's been there for a while now, 12 deliveries for 10 runs, is almost trying to play himself into form. Not really looking at the mammoth total of 236. Full delivery, pulled away. And that's what will happen to wrist spinners at times. Stout cuts loose, gets his first, actually his second boundary. It is his second 6 of the innings. Pulled away over mid-wicket. And apologies from the bowler. So Shazad gets the ball back into Stoute, who sweeps. Starting to cut loose Kevin Stoute. 2 more to the total. Prasad driving. Beats cover. Just 1 more to the total now. One delivery left for the 11th. 88 for 3. Stout is back. Turns it around, gets a single. He will face the next delivery of the next over. 11 overs in the books. This Lions team needs 16 runs and over to get that total. 89 for 3. And we are back in Lauderdale, Georgia for another single coming from Kevin Stout, and gives Ryan Prasad, the big hitter, a chance to face the Sri Lankan international Amelia Ponzo. So it's Prasad's first opportunity to face Ponzo. And he goes across the line right away. Ponzo had a hard time finding his rhythm in his first over. Was roughed up by Isaiah Raja. And with the run rate required at 16.64 in the last 9 overs, it's going to take something very special for these two batters to pull it off. Ponzo, Prasad digs one out. Kevin Stoute, 19 off of 16. Turns it around. It's going to be a wide by Ponzo. He's going to have to do this one again. So 2 more to the total, 95 for 3. Prasad just sort of flicks it off his pads, but almost lift it rather than flicked it. Gets 1 more to the total. Here's a little paddle by Stout, anticipating the delivery by Ponzo, and then using the pace of the ball rather. Doesn't have the legs to get to the boundary. So Shazad continues, the wrist spinner, and an outside edge going down the hill. But it's an excellent stop, and the batters come back for 2. Prasad going across the line. He gets 1. Ravindra Prasad clears the ropes and gets a 6. Well, they broke the shackles of dot balls and singles. And Shazad just over pitching. And Ryan Prasad, actually Ravindra Prasad, getting the maximum. So 6 more to the total. The 100 is up for the Lions. But the run rate required at 17. Short delivery, pulled away. Kevin Stout will continue to build his innings. 21 off of 17. Going after Shahzad, high in the air, over long off, and it's gone for 6. Big hit by the Bajan, and Shahzad starting to feel the heat from Passad and Stoute. Thankfully for the fielders and the umpires, this ball does not go into the brush. So the ball is retrieved. Quick inspection, and the leg spinner will try again. Stout going across the line. The little sweep, and they come back for 2. So far, 17 in the over. Do the Lions open up their shoulders and commit to going after this chase? At the beginning of this over, they needed 17 per over. They've gotten 17 right now. Short, cut away. Oh, a misfield by Dave. And that'll be the end of over 13. 116 for 3. Amelia Ponzo to begin his 3rd. Hasn't had the success today, Ponzo. Understanding he has this mammoth total to defend. Maybe the Sri Lankan just took a little bit off the gas today, bowling his 4th over. Flicked off the pads by Stoute. Just doesn't have that urgency that we see from the skipper of the Fire. Has led this team to 3 wins on the trot. And now trying to manage them over the hump against the Lions for win number 4. But at this point, Passad and Stout starting to show some aggression. And he's bowling. Amelia Ponzo responds to my comments of taking it easy and responds to Ravindra Passad by bowling him for 13. The Lions lose their 5th wicket. And it's the Sri Lankan international pitching one up. Passad going across the line, hitting the bottom of off. It was that stage in the game where Passad just had to go for it. He did. And he paid the price. So Ram Passad coming to the wicket. The last time he got a chance to bat was Friday against the Atlanta Lightning. Take that back, against the Orlando Galaxy. No, it was the Lightning. And he got 50, a half century. Didn't get a chance to bat yesterday in the Lions win over the Lightning. So he's in good nick. And he'll be taking on his first delivery against the Sri Lankan left-arm mystery spinner. Run rate required gone up to 18.46. 4 wickets down for 117. And Rampasad just steering it to point. Goes after it, over extra cover. And gets a boundary. A half volley by Aponzo. And it's a 6. Gets under it and delivers a maximum. Here's Rampasad getting a hold of the half volley and giving it what it deserves. 6 over extra cover. So in that total of 118 for 7 on Friday, in the Lions' losing effort to the Lightning, Rampasad had 53 off of 36 not out with 6 4s and 2 6s. Just gets his first boundary today. 6 over extra cover. And a quick single by Rampasad means he'll face the first delivery of the next. 14 in the books, 123 for 4.
It's an impossible shot.
Sometimes creativity and innovation are all it takes to achieve the impossible. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
Stephen Taylor to continue operating. And he's going to bowl to Kevin Stout. Stout trying to pull it. He's been trying to get a move on, Kevin Stout, over the last few overs. Trying to be aggressive. He's seen 22 deliveries now on 31. And there's an on drive. And they go for 2 off of Khalid's arm, and they get 2. Good running between the wickets, between Rampasad and Stoute. And a sweep gets a bottom edge. Misfield behind backward square. And they come back for another one. There's a appeal for a run out. And Kevin Stoute is back home. He gets 2 more. Stephen Taylor's body language not too pleased with the poor fielding in backward square. Stout doing some adjusting of his bandana before he gets his helmet back on. Has scored. Just taking a breather, Kevin Stoute. He ran a hard 2 the ball before and did so again the ball right after. And the veteran is taking his time in re-equipping himself to face Stephen Taylor. Quicker ball by Taylor, hits the pad, appeal for LBW. Run weight required right now with 1 delivery left in the 15th is 20.9, almost 21 and over. Taylor has appealed for LBW just from the wicket keeper, but not out the call. So 15 overs gone, 129 for 4.
Even the best in the business needs a strategic partner to help them win. Yash Technologies, more than what you think.
So Rampasad to face Shazad. A leg spin up. And Rampasad drives over point. Fielder can't get there. Another boundary. Rampasad continuing where he left off 2 days ago. Didn't get a chance to bat yesterday in the Lions' total of 181. But he was 50 not out the day before. And now a square drive over point for 4 more. He gets his second boundary. 12 for 5, 12 off of 5. And Shazad, who's proving to be expensive, gets cut away. Down the track comes Rampasad, and he gets some of it. Does Dave take the catch? He does. Safe pair of hands at the boundary. The U19 international. And Axe Dave takes a fantastic catch to dismiss Rampasad. Down the wicket he came. And Dave took a very tough catch going away from his body. And Shazad gets the breakthrough. The 5th wicket falling for the Lions for 133. So Rampasad departs, and into the wicket comes Pestano, the Guyanese international. Pestano came in yesterday to support Taj Narayan Chandapal. to finish at 24 not out off of only 13 deliveries with 3 fours and a 6. And this one is high in the air, but it's safe. It's a single for Pistano. He's away. Shazad to Stoute. And it's a good looking cut from Kevin Stoute, and it gets him a boundary. Played to perfection. The balance, the wrist, technically correct. And Kevin Stoute gets a boundary. Talk about a good looking cut shot. So 4 more to the total. But the Lions need a lot more of those. 5 wickets down. And Shazad gets one to bounce, and it goes to passes the infield, and 4 more. Kevin Stoute responding. He goes into the 40s. 143 now for 5. There's that bounce by Shazad, but no difference to Stoute. Excellent technique. Gets 4 with another cut shot. 143 for 5 after 16. So the Guyanese Pistano facing the Jamaican Taylor with the Bajan Stoute on the non-striker's end, and they run for a single. Very much a Caribbean affair at the wicket at the moment. And there's that bounce again, and Kevin Stoute just staring at the third man. Bottom edge, no run. And Stephen Taylor, what a knock. 112 to complement his 102 on Friday. Has been amazing with the bat. Understanding that the score that they put up is going to be almost impossible now for the Lions. And he's having the time of his life. Stoute picks him up, dispatches him, and gets a boundary. Six more to Stoute. He goes to 49. Taylor just straying to middle and leg. And Stoute now in fine form. Lifts him over the ropes. He goes to 49. They score 149 for 5. One more delivery remaining in the 17th. And that was a lot quicker from Taylor. I take that back. That was 2 balls remaining. Now just 1. And a pull shot, which was going to be a paddle, turned into a pull shot from Stoute. He gets a single in the last ball of the over. He gets his 50. 50 for Kevin Stoute off of 34 deliveries. 150 for 5 after 17.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyke Real Estate present the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th through 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
Three overs remaining. As Udin, the strike bowler, who got Tangerang Chandapol for the very first ball of this innings. And whatever doubt there was about the Fire being on top, put an exclamation mark on top of it after that first delivery, where the captain Chandapol, who was 77 not out yesterday, was bowled first delivery today with that mammoth total of 236 by the Fire set. And the Lions had to bat all uphill, and Stout gets all of this one. It's going to be in the brush again. This one's far, this one's high, this one's gone. Brought up his 50 with the last ball of the last over, and now sends a towering 6 off of a half volley from Udin. Brilliant shot by the Bajan. 6 more to the total. And luckily, the ball has been retrieved. 156 for 5. Short ball, long hop, stays a little low. And now Pestano, who's gotten 2 singles in the first 2 balls he's faced, will have another chance against Udin. This one keeps low again. And Udin gets his man. Pestano is bowled. Ball keeps a little low. But Udin gets the wicket for bowling stump to stump. Nothing special here, but a lot of assistance from the wicket. Pestano getting back, ready to pull. It keeps low and hits the top of middle and off. So Pestano departs, 6 wickets falling. Udin gets his second. 157 for 6. It's going to be Siddiqui, the left-arm orthodox bowler, coming in at number 8. Didn't get a chance to bat in the last 2 matches against Atlanta Lightning. So Siddiqui not spending too much time out in the middle. Will be facing Udin, who's around the wicket to the left-hander. Udin with the last ball of the 18th. Right over the top of the stumps. And the strike bowler hitting his straps. 18 overs gone. 157 for 6. The tall South African, Cornet Dry, back in the attack. His first 3 overs went for 1 for 24. Bowling to Stout, who's in command at 57 off of 37. And there's a slower delivery and a Yorker by Dry, rolling his fingers over the ball. And Kevin Stout smiling as he dug it out. Cornet Dry is having a laugh as well. Dry to Stout. Outside off stump, and Stout's got all of it. And Ash Dave at the boundary for protection. So USA U19 squad assembled to head to Port of Spain, Trinidad in November for their tour against West Indies. U19, Ash Dave, Subramanian, Vagela, and company will be heading down. Corner Dry. Turned off his legs is Siddiqui. He's finally away, gets off the mark. Didn't get a chance to bat in the last 2 innings for the Lions. Kevin Stout, 58 off of 39. Has been in command, but just that target just too large of a total for the Bajan. But he's doing his part. And he pulls Corner Dry. This one is high in the air. Did he get all of it? And the toss-up catch, did he take it? Let's see the reaction. He does. Fantastic catch out in the deep. Incredible stuff. Had to go backwards. Got his hands to it. And the thumbs up telling everyone he did take the catch. Is it Paul Palmer? Top edge by Stout. Fielder going back. Got his hands to it. Threw it back over his shoulder. Got back onto the field. Threw himself and held on again. Absolute brilliance. So Kevin Stout has to depart off a 59 as his 7th wicket falls for the Lions. Corner Dry gets that breakthrough. So Kevin Stout caught Palmer, bowl drive for 58 off of 40 deliveries, 2 4s and 5 6s. He's back in the pavilion. And in comes Ryan Passard, who faced a delivery on Friday. Actually didn't face any deliveries on Friday. Was not out on naught. Didn't get a chance to face a delivery. Didn't bat yesterday. So Ryan Passard himself, just like Siddiqui, will get a chance to maybe get off the mark today. Corner Dry with his last ball of his spell, he's been the pick of the bowlers at it will be 4 overs, 2 for 26 if he gets a dot ball here to Prasad. And he does. Wraps him on the thigh pad. And the 19th over is completed. Corner drive finishes it of figures of 4 overs, 2 for 26. It's 159 for 7.
Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tyke Real Estate presents the 4th annual Atlanta Open T20 October 8th through 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. For more information, visit AtlantaOpenT20.com.
So Udin to bowl the last over as the Atlanta Fire close in on 4 successive victories. With just 5 deliveries remaining, this will take them to the top of the Southern Division. Raptors, Royals, Idle, they both have 2 games in hand. But remember, this is points on the board. We'll take this team to 10 points. Understanding they had 2 points after their first couple of matches. Now have won 4 in a row to get them to 10 and give them a chance to get into the playoffs for Minor League Cricket 2024. As Prasad pushes for a single, he's off the mark. And Udin continues his brilliance. Currently 3.2 overs, 2 for 10. But more importantly, he got the wicket of Tangerine Chandapal in the very first delivery of this innings to leave no doubt of what the Fire's fate will be. Full delivery. It's him on the pad, and the batters think about going through for a single. But Udin again being so efficient. The Atlanta Fire and Udin strolling to their 4th consecutive victory. All started against the Lightning last week Sunday. Then 2 successive victories against the Galaxy Friday and Saturday. And now against a very confident Lions team who got their first victory yesterday. Lions put up 181 for 2 against the Lightning. We will turn our attention to Broward County next week Sunday, actually next week Friday and Saturday, as the Southern Division will wrap up. Fire will not make the trip. This is their last match of the regular season. And it finishes with a dot ball. The Atlanta Fire conclude their regular season in 2024. They finish with 4 consecutive victories. They are on top of the Southern Division with 10 points. Royals and Raptors have been idle, and they do so by completing their innings with the Lions 162 for 7, coming off of the back of a 181 for 2 yesterday. Kevin Stout, the main man, 58 off of 40, was tremendous. Chewingham, 35 off of 33, gave them a good start. But it's not enough to go after the mammoth total set by the Fire of 236. Bowling Udin 2 for 11 was spectacular. Corner Dry 2 for 26. And Shazad 2 for 42. 162 for 7. Atlanta Fire win by a mammoth 74 runs. Off of the back of their trump player, Stephen Taylor, 112. And the Fire finish their regular season on top of the Southern Division, with the Royals and Raptors have 2 matches to be played for their regular season to wrap up. Atlanta Lightning have 1 match to play. So Stephen Taylor, the talk of the town, 102 on Friday, 112 on Sunday. Darbar, 66 off of 32, off of his 43 from yesterday. Udin, 32. Kevin Stout, 58 off of 40. Chewingham, 35. That 236, the biggest score the Fire have put up all season when they needed it on the last match of their regular season. And they have won in a canter over this Lions team. And they put themselves into position to get to the playoffs. So all to play for in the Southern Division next weekend. Join us then. For all of us on the broadcast team, SE Tech Productions, my name is Ryan Davis. Signing off. Have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you. The leg stump. Udin responds and dismisses the captain, Chandapal. Well, how about that to complement your 236 first inning? And he's continuing to struggle, but now has opened up and may have gotten off the mark. He has lifted this one over extra cover for 6. With his Raja again, lifting. And it's going to be another boundary. And Chewingham has got all of this. This one is high in the air. And lift. Yes, he does. He attempts the Yorker, but it turns into a full toss. Go either way. And this one is helped over by Raja. We're still in the power play. And this one is swept high in the air. And the last over of the power play is going to be proven. Short delivery cut by Raja. And that's another boundary. Goes after him. High in the air. Does he get all of it? There's a fielder down there. Did he make the stop? He did not. And he's lifted this one over cover. And did he take the catch? Benjamin Kalitz, the Canadian United. Try to Chewingham. And he runs this down to... Goes after him, high in the air. And a sweep shot by Chewingham. This one is high in the air. Did he get all of it? And it's taken at the boundary. Full delivery, pulled away. And that's what will happen to wrist spinners at times. Prasad going across the line. He gets one. Ravindra Prasad to show some aggression. And he's bowling. Goes after it. Over extra cover. And gets a boundary. Down the track comes Rampasad. And he gets some of it. Shazad to Stoute. And it's a good looking cut from Kevin Stoute. And Shazad gets ones to bounce. And it goes to passes the Innings. And he's having the time of his life. Stout picks him up. Dispatches him. And gets at the bat all uphill. And Stout gets all of this one. It's going to be in the brush again. This one keeps low again. And Udin gets his man. And he pulls corner dry. This one is high in the air. Did he get all of it? And the toss-up catch, did he take it? Let's see the reaction.